Hey. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing? Sorry about that, everyone. Sometimes, just sometimes, nothing goes the right way first time. Hang on, is that right? Are we on? Are we straight? Or did the stream end because yes, I can manage it this side. Yeah, we're okay. Hang on. Just trying yeah. Have we got are we started? No. I need to just tilt the camera. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, there we are. Awesome. Ding. Yes. Oh, we've done it. Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope you're all ready for a very busy day. We've got quite a lot of ironing to do. Shirts galore. All right, Chef. Good morning, John. Hello. There was Fishy on earlier, but I don't know where he's gone. But hopefully he'll come back. I do apologise, everybody. Not always. There's always going to be teething issues until I get completely used to it. Hello, and happy birthday, John. Happy birthday, my darling. Hope you're having a good day. I'm glad you like your birthday card. You're more than welcome, John. It was a pleasure. We're here. We're doing all right. We're facing forwards. We're doing what God intended. The ironing. The dishwasher is on. The washing machine is on. And Monty is outside playing. Although he did think that he was entitled to a nice breakfast, of which I said, on your bike, you're not having any more. So, everyone, one more day and the happiness begins. Halloween is gonna start tomorrow, and I am so excited. Honestly, I'm like a kid on Christmas Eve, and I've got a whole month of wonderful horror heading your way. Stories, book reviews, short videos, movies. You bet ya, we've brought it to you. I hope, truly, truly hope you will enjoy everything that's heading your way. Did you like today's installment of the Sir Monty and Sir Dexter as they fight against the dreaded black spiders? Yeah, we're going to have some fun this month, aren't we? Oh, it's going to be good. Honestly, it's my hopes and dreams coming into reality thank you to another space nut and digital voodoo. It's hopes and dreams, guys. That's what I'm away. What could work? Hopes and dreams coming alive. I am so excited. Ah, the Ferry and Monty show. Right, I got you. But it's got to feature Dexter because Dexter's a big part of it now. You know, like back in the day when you had to, yeah. Oh, he's back on the window. Oh, bless him, the windowsill. Oh, bless him. I must have just wondered what the heck was going on this morning when World War III broke out. Sorry, I was just sending a quick message. I tell you, it's been a busy morning again. Absolutely. Sorry I'm a bit late at getting on, but we have been sorting out all the exciting stuff that's heading your way, everyone. And sometimes we need 10 or 15 minutes just to sit down and say, right, here we are. This is what's happening. We're getting going. Fortunately, we've got the ideas are flowing as well as the lives are going. Monty this morning was just being an absolute pain in the rear end. Get there in end though, don't we? Anyway. Oh God, excuse me, everybody. I have to just check this picture. Oh no. Oh, bless. That's quite funny. He's obviously sat there waiting to see if anything else catches him. There was a massive cat fight, Chef. Not here, but where Dexter is. And he was very confused. Dexter. Dexter is. And he was very confused because he'd never seen a cat fight before. Bearing in mind, he's only a baby. I don't even think he's 6 months old. He's really just a baby. And he'd never, obviously, never seen a cat fight. What's rubbernecking? Having a gander, taking a look. They're going to come back for World War III. He knows it. Anyway, there's a picture of him in Discord, and he's as cute as anything. He's just a baby, yeah. Honestly, he's never seen a cat fight before. I don't think he even knew what a cat fight was. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a kitty war. And then the claws came out. And he's as cute as honestly, he is adorable. Dexter is a beautiful little boy. And he's just sat there just wondering if they're all gonna come back and have another go. You know, they're yelling at each other at the moment. I think the words are come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Or words to that effect. And they're yelling, ooh, wow, wow, wow. It's army. Yeah, they're literally running up and down the street like the Salvation Army, yelling, we're hard, we're mean, we've got a tambourine. Or words to that effect. To be fair, if I'd never seen a cat fight before, I think I'd be sat on the windowsill, wondering if we were going to kick off again. To be honest, if you're not already a member of Discord, everyone, feel free to join. It's there for you. So you can talk to myself and another listener. You know, we're here to chat with y'all. Just another way that you can get hold of us. It seems to be sorting itself out anyway. You know that white shirt that's hanging up in front of the castle, right? If you not, it looks like a fucking ghost. Keep waggling it. It looks as though the ghost is. I tell you, the script writes itself in this house. Oh wow. Well, yesterday was an absolute bonanza record day. We got So an awful lot of ironing, as we are going to do so again today. Have the entire house to ourselves, and we're going to have a brilliant day. I've got some surprises for some really cute little shorts, which involve Dexter and Monty doing cute Halloween things, as well as the story that is unfolding regarding Sir Monty and Sir Dexter and the Fairy King and Queen and the residents of Fairy Town. So be on the lookout for them. They will be arriving, as well as everything else. Honestly, if you thought last year was good for Halloween, you're going to be astounded with what's heading your way this year. I just hope that you'll be joining us when we do the watching of Night of the Living Dead. We'll send out an invite, and if you can just sort of say, yes, you'll be going, or no, you won't because you can't make it, just to let us know roughly how many people we expect to see there, hopefully, on the live of our regular visitors. That would be awesome. Yes, we could say, boils and ghouls, you have been accordingly invited to 90 of the living dead, where you thought the laundry basket was safe. Unfortunately, you were wrong. I'm going to be putting another ghost up. There are going to be two ghosts floating behind us in no time. And hopefully, I'm going to be able to get another recording done. We've got two done already. We have another three to do for the readings of the spooky horror stories that we've got all ready for you for Halloween. I do hope you're going to enjoy those. We did one last Friday by Ray Bradbury from 1948 called The October Game. If you haven't checked it out, do so. It's a lot of fun. And we have another one coming this Friday, again, by Ray Bradbury, another absolute chiller, called The Jar from 1944. And it's all about a very mysterious thing that's in a jar that nobody quite decide what it is. And it's very unsettling. Need to do that collar again. Not very happy with it. When it's a woman's shirt, sometimes they can be a bit fluted, so they don't always sit right first on a board. Right. Okay, that seems to have settled. Okay. Better. It's just getting them to lay flat. Not always is the easiest thing. Anyway, enough about me. How do you iron your ghosts? I mean, we have to have the best looking ghosts, right? They have to be smartly attired. Here we go. Sorted. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Ghost are going to be floating around in the castle. There. I'm quite happy with that. Looks neat and tidy. Well done, Mr. and Mrs. Ghosty. I'll tell you, I have the imagination of a 5-year-old and probably the brains to go with it. My husband's a very serious man, and he doesn't always get my childish sense of humour. Looks like I've got a lot of white shirts in this bag. We're going to have a full army. He's hanging up on the wall. Yeah, it seems to be working a bit better. We're not as foggy and jinky as we were, my darling. Do you like my castle, by the way? My ravens that are in the tree. I do hope you do. They are there. So, what is your favourite horror book of all time? Right? What is the most favourite thing in your world of horror books? For me, it has got to be, hands down, James Herbert's The Rat. Right? Giant black bristling rats, awful creatures, man-eating ones, impervious to radiation, and they are on the hunt for food, and you are on the menu. It's alternate reality, London. The only horror book, Five Nights at Freddy's, is it? Do you know, I watched that recently on Netflix, and it wasn't too bad for a horror movie. It was definitely obviously, as is the game, and no doubt the book, but it wasn't too shabby. I enjoyed it. You know, those animatronics came alive. Obviously, don't want to spoil storyline too much, but they are haunted by the spirit of the undead, and man, they're vicious. They are vicious little things. I mean, just imagine if you're in Disneyland and all the animatronics that are there suddenly decided that they were all going to come alive and, beat the ever-loving doodads out of you 7 ways from Sundays. Yeah, it's basically the premise of that film. It's it's got some rather tasty moments in it also. Look, if you're ever offered a job to be the night watchman for Five Nights at Freddy's, right? You're either insane or don't know what's gonna hit you. Because if you've done a couple of shifts there, you'd know about it. I mean, it's like that one, Nicolas Cage, Willy's Wonderland, right? Similar storyline, similar concept. In fact, they both kind of came out around about the same time. I think Five Nights at Freddy's possibly beat it a little bit because it also had the computer game to go with it. Markipliers, that's the dude I'm thinking of. That famous YouTuber, Markiplier. I think that's his name. Anyway, he does the game Five Nights at Freddy's. He plays the game and he does like the narration while he's playing the game. He's very good. He's very good. My daughter listens to him, and he has like a podcast. But he's very, very good when it comes to playing the game and doing the narration for it. Anyways, yeah, the book, The Rats by James Herbert, is one of my absolute ultimate. I adore the thought of London being overrun by giant man-eating rats. No matter where you go, there they are, waiting to pounce and to eat you alive. Hello, 200 wheels, my darling. Oh, good morning to you. How's college? Are you getting ready to go? Hope you have a good one. Almost every comment I made has got pinned. Yes, sweetheart, why don't you put, I know, darling. Why don't you put the link to your channel again and we'll pin you up on the board? Let's break this. No, I really want to see 200 wheels. Get up there, man. I do indeed. I'd like I do you as well, Chef. Oh, I want to see you do well, kids. You know, there's an old saying that if I'm doing well, you're doing well, right? And let the momentum of one push on the momentum of two. Suddenly you're up to four, and then you're eight, and then we just keep going, and it's like a battle truck that keeps rolling forwards. And remember, as they say so well in Spaceballs, we break for nobody. Yep, 200 wheels. Let's link your channel and get it on the board. There we go. Oh, you're moving videos to that account. The chef that gravy that typed the dinosaurs is my new account. Oh, dinosaurs. Oh, wow. Cool. Are we going to have lots of dinosaurs on? There used to be a kids' TV show that my little girls used to watch when they were little called Harry. Oh, is everything all right? Harry and his bucket full of dinosaurs. That was so cute. I think every little kid enjoyed carrying his bucket full of dinosaurs. They really did. We're doing all right. I'm ironing ghosts today. As you can tell, these are very obedient ones now. They are just lying down on the board and doing their thing. Oh, do excuse me. There we go. We're doing all right, everyone. I've already done one customer today. This is the second one. And then we'll have a third, and then that'll be it for the day. So, I think we're coping very well. We're speeding along quite happily. Just cannot believe just how busy we've been sorting out for Halloween. No sooner have we sorted one thing than we have an idea and we get ready for the second. There we are. These ghosts are going up quickly, aren't they? Excuse me whilst I just send a quick message. I think we're doing okay. Just that we seem to have dropped a little bit, but I'm hoping that we're all right, my darling. Sorry, I'm just making sure that everything's ready for your peak viewing. Hoping everything's going okay for all of you. There we go. Chef Gravy with the cat fight. Was it domestic cats, feral cats, or large like lions and tigers? I think they were domestic cats that were staking the claim of their chosen land. This is the land of my people. You shall not pass. It's a bit like the knight from Monty Python's Holy Grail. It is mere flesh wound. We shall fight on, and we shall fight and win. But anyway, Dexter had never seen a fight before, so I think he was a bit shocked. He went and hid for a while because he didn't like it. It scared him. Tis but a scratch. Yes, it is but a scratch. But yes, I think Dexter was a bit frightened. I don't know if he was running a book, but I think he should have done. That would have been quite funny, actually. Dexter's betting book. I'm not entirely sure who won, or if it just is to be continued. Like all for one and one for pause. I'm just listening out for the washing machine as well, everybody, so that I can go diving in to get it straight into the dryer. Because believe me or not, it's 9 minutes to lunchtime. Well, goodness knows what time it is where you are, chef. I should imagine it's quite late. VHS! Hello, love. It's 8:51. Oh, right. So it's not as late as I thought. No, I just think you're always at midnight, chef. VHS, how are you doing? Love the new artwork. 8:52. Right, so I just don't want you to be up too much past your bedtime, chef. Now, if you've not checked out VHS Horror, Today, it's quite a good one. It's Jason Voorhees holding the head of Freddy Krueger. Very good. Taste done. Just the amount of gore that we need the day before Halloween begins. I don't know. Do you, VHS? A question from a potential watcher. Do you put funny cat videos out? I do not know. We will have to see what answer he comes back with. To balance out the scary. Oh, bless. Do you not do scary things? Does it give you a bit of a tummy? Does it make you go, oh, bless you? Well, not everybody can do horror, you know? It's no biggie. I've only done the first seven planets, but that's mainly it. Right. So horror works on many different levels. Always have to be like your slasher films. Tis but a scratch. I just realised what stood behind me. Sorry. Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you, another and thank you, Digital Voodoo. That's awesome. I don't know who's Joe Bart. Is he Australian? Not somebody, it's not a name I recognise. I can't read that. God, my eyesight. Joe Bartos is the great streamer of all time. Oh, right. Uh, I understand. Right. Sorry, I thought he might be an actor. He plays games and reacts to videos. Right. Got you. Got you. Well, I will be giving you a recommendation for horror movies that you may or may not have thought about watching for the month of Halloween, and there are some classics that are in there and some new ones. Well, now we go back to the castle. Ivies needs a pay increase. Does he? Right to you. Look at all these ghosts that we've got going up, everyone. All ghosties. Right. One, two. There you are. Another ghosty. I feel like I'm doing shack lights at the moment. There we are. Keep still. Stay where you are. There we go. When I do the invoice, when I'm working, and I just break off to do the invoice for the customer, if things slow down, it's because I've used another thing. So I do apologize if that just makes things go a bit slower. Voodoo has a preview on Discord. Okie dokie. Hang on. There we go. Here we go. Very nicely. And then we will have finished all the white shirts. And we're just on to the checkered one and a plain blue one. And then we'll have another happy customer, which is what we're aiming for. At the end of the day, we don't want to turn up at the door, hand everything back, and the customer bursts into tears. That's not the service we're aiming for. Unhappy customers mean no more work equals how do I pay the bills on Friday? Yeah, I always say if you can do a job where you don't think and feel like you're actually working and you're having nothing but fun, you'll literally never work a day in your whole life. And I don't mind doing the ironing because it means that I get to talk to you lovely folks, which I think is wonderful. And by the sounds of that, I think my washing machine is getting towards the end of its cycle with a bit of luck. I don't think it's got much longer to go. And then I can pick it all out the washer and pop it into the dryer. And we're done with the wash load and dry load of the day, which is a good thing. Does that not make your heart happy? Ticking your jobs off as you go through the day, right? Do you have a little checklist? I do. I have a little diary where I write on as and what and when is going out. It always helps. Oh, we've been going 1 hour, everybody. 1 hour. Thank you very much if you're all being here from the beginning. God bless you. I hope I've not been too boring for you today. I'm afraid the ironing does have to be done, my lovelies, whether we want to do or not. Frankie, I think we're playing Jenga for fairies. I'm wanging these wands around. There you see, hangers. Oh, there we go. Another ghosty to go up. There we go, everyone. All the little white ghosty shirts are all done. Now we're on to the pale blue. I'm wondering if the wash is just finished. So, excuse me one moment while I nip next door just to check. There we are. The laundry is swapped. We are back. Ready to get going. There we are. I always look as though I'm feverishly working away, don't I? That's usually because I am. I am paranoid. My ultimate greatest fear is letting somebody down majorly. And I always take on more than what I should because I'm frightened of letting somebody down. So if I have like a little fear, that's the thing. I've always been a person that's tried to keep everybody happy. And that stems back an awful lot to my childhood. Because I used to have a very unhappy parent. I'm back. I got lost. Where were you? You got lost where? Were you going out for a driving lesson? I don't know. You'll have to let us know. But anyway, people pleasing. I can't help it. It's who I am and it's in my nature. And it's something that I've always tried to do because, as I say, I had a very unhappy parent who was never pleased with anything that I did. They always said that I could have done better. How are we doing today? Well, we're stood up right, sweetheart. We're doing the ironing. We're planning and creating and getting stuff ready for tomorrow for Halloween. Have you managed to do anything with that video for me to do voiceover on or anything? Because I'm still prepared to give you a hand, give you a lift, and get it done for you, definitely. Totally forgot. Oh, don't worry. Well, I mean, it's up to you, my darling. I'm here if you want me, but I need to have enough time to do it for you. Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. Honestly, it's fine. I want to see you do well. I want you to get them views in, and you're going to do that by creating excellent content, which you do. And I'm here to help. How do I can make spooky looking scene on CapCut? Hello, ICOS. How's it going, love? Did you have a nice weekend off? I went for a walk to the pub and I had a pint of Biero Amaretti. and it was very good indeed. And it was a beautiful day, and we were outside for a good 5-mile walk, and I thoroughly enjoyed it because the weather was so lovely. You slept a ton. Oh, wow. You must have had a very busy week if you slept all weekend. Gosh, you poor thing. I don't sleep very well these days. You're looking forward to your next weekend? Good. That's what it's all about, isn't it? We'll be doing the invites soon, ICOS, and we will be asking people, are you wanting to attend the movie premiere of Nighty of the Living Dead? How cool. Oh, can anybody help 200 Wheels? I've never used CapCut, so I don't know how it works. But are there any tutorial videos out there, 200 Wheels, or does anybody use CapCut on here that might be able to help this young man? Because I've never used that before, so I wouldn't know what to do with it. Don't even know what it is. Anybody tell me what CapCut is? Because I've never even heard of it. I do apologise, everybody. I'm afraid I'm not the most technical savvy woman that ever lived. But if you ask me about ironing and washing, I'll be able to help you. Oh, hang on, if I do the bottom button, it'll sit better. Now we have our first blue ghost. He's obviously been outside. It's really good editing software. Oh, is it? All right. I've never used it, but I think it's a popular app for editing videos. Oh, it must be. I don't know anything about it. I've never used it. The one I use, oh crikey, what's it called? Excuse me one moment. Microsoft Clipchamp. That's the one I use, Microsoft Clipchamp. And I still can't understand how to use it, but I've got better. I've never used CapCut before, so I ain't a clue. But Clipchamp, I do use that, and I am doing my best, everybody, to do what I can with it. I'm not the world's best when it comes to editing. I am nowhere near the quality that is expected to be able to do live things on YouTube. Gosh, no. That magic is firmly in the realm of Another Space Nut and, of course, Digital Voodoo. They do that. And also Alan Aspinall. when we see him, when he's not beavering away writing his books, because he's a very, very busy author, and he's also got a huge list of clients that are all going on ghost tours with him this next month. My goodness me, there isn't a day with a Y in it that Alan hasn't got a ghost tour going on. He must be absolutely run off his feet. And good luck to you, Alan, because the Fading Light Ghost Tour, of which, if you want to book, you better get in there now, because he's fast booking up. I use Kedden Live, but it's a heavyweight application that doesn't run on phones. What do I think? What do you think? I don't know. Use one that you're used to using, I think, 200 wheels. That way then you'll have a better idea of how to make it look, I suppose, the way that you want. Hi, Chef. Did you go for a shower, love? If you are on a desktop, go for DaVinci. It's industry standard. Both myself and Voodoo use it. Disney Marvel Studios also use it. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, if it's come recommended by you guys, then it must be a good one. With all these checkered shirts, you think I work for Dave Gorman, wouldn't you? I don't, by the way. But I have seen him live, and I do think he is a very funny man. I use free CapCut. It's easy and has good features, but I don't think it's built for trained. Oh, okay, trained professionals. Oh, okay. I've never used it, so I haven't a clue. ABC Network also used DaVinci, and I just looked at MGM Studios also. Well, DaVinci seems to be the industry standard, so it looks as though that's the one that you should be using. When I've done this last shirt, I'm just gonna have to run upstairs and go feed Monty. Otherwise, he'll eat his way in through the back door. CapCut has a market users with just mobile phone. The software is great. It's worth paying them a little each month. If you have a PC, it should be avoided. Right, well, I think that might answer your question then, 200 wheels. I hope it does. Yeah, we've tried to do the best we can and hope we've helped you as much as possible. I've had good experience with ClipChamp on PC and laptop, but I do not think it's the best. On your laptop PC, search DaVinci Resolve. It's a free version of DaVinci Studio. Ooh, that sounds like a good one. Especially if it's free, give it a whirl. See if you like it before you go out and purchase something. ClipChamp is very consistent and beginner friendly, but it doesn't have all the features other software has. There we go. Now you are in the Discord, I can share some examples of work done in DaVinci. Yay! Wow, that'll be so cool. Give you an idea of what you're dealing with. Oops. All right, Betty. This is Betty 2, and Betty 2 is out of water. We can soon rectify that, can't we, my girl? Let's change your tank. There we are, everyone. All right, Betty. There's water in the tank. Don't panic your knickers off, love. Everything'll be fine. I don't know, she gets in such a head. Like, I don't want to work without water. I've put a fresh tank in. You'll be fine. She just get a bit upset. 12:30, everyone. Excellent work. Through to the second customer. About to start the third of the day. There we go. I sent an example of special effects work I did in DaVinci. Oh, bless you. Thank you so much, Another Space Nut. There you go, boys. Go and check it out on Discord. It's all there waiting for you. Doesn't CapCut watermark your content and charge you to remove it? Oh, I wouldn't know. I have no clue. I'm just a little berry, a little happy berry, and all I do is ironing and washing, cooking, and cleaning too. That alone is a reason to ditch it. The free version of DaVinci didn't watermark ever. Ah. Itchy nose. Oh. 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 Itchy nose. It's all the heat and steam hitting me in the face. Oh. You can imagine working in here in the height of summer, the summer we've just had, and you can wonder why I've been a bit hot under the collar. Right. Happiness is an empty basket, yes. Well done. We've got through customer number 2. Yay! Switch off the iron. Make sure we have 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, they've only sent me 9. And there was me thinking they'd sent me 10. Well, there we go, everybody. We've only done 9. Not to worry. We will just do the invoice for this one. If I go a bit slow now, I do apologise. Right, I think we've done it. Doesn't it just fill your heart with absolute joy when you get through another customer? It's awesome. There we are. Okay, that's ready to go for the client. I'll just quickly nip onto here and do a backup and go and grab the bags. Back in a moment, everybody. Nearly done, everyone. There we go. See if we've got any stickers. If not, it doesn't matter. Nope. Do not worry. We will make one. I'm always, if not, resourceful. La, da, da, da. Make sure I write it on the right side. La, da, da, da. We have done the work, and the customer is happy. Sometimes I print out labels, sometimes I just handwrite them. There we are. Another satisfied customer. Hello, everyone. I'm just going upstairs to go feed Monty. I'll be a couple of minutes and then I'll come back down. All right, my darlings. Take care. Oh boy, Montes. You are my man. Monty Bonty Diddledy Donty is who he is. I do apologise, everyone, for nipping out. I'm afraid I had to. Bit of a squash and a squeeze in here today. Right, pink pants. We're doing the pink pants. 'Tis but a flesh wound, everybody. We are back. Sorry about me disappearing for a little while. I'm afraid I needed to hang stuff next door. Hanging customers is always satisfaction. That's the sign on my door. It says, please keep locked. Customers hanging inside. And we all like to see a hanging customer. Yes, we do. Ha ha. Bishop, Mr. Space Nut Gravy doesn't use his PC for editing. Hello, noob. I can't cheat. All good, chef. I'm not paid to sell Da Vinci. If CapCut is your mistress, then it is so. Make it so, number one. Hello, noob. I'm back. I was feeding the cat. There we are. Hang on. If I flick us back, there we go. Oh, hello, noob. How you doing? I'm sorry I disappeared, everyone. I had to go feed Monty. He was very demanding. He needed his cat food. If that boy does not get his food, everybody pays for it. I'll have more than a scratch. I'll be on the floor. I'll be no more. The fairy will cease to be. Any road. One happy customer next door, hanging in the garage. Oh, yes. And I'm about to hang another customer. So there we are. Always keep them riveted. That's what you've got to do. Right. So this afternoon, this is my third customer of the day. Lovely couple that I work for. They're doctors. One is a surgeon and the other one is a GP. You know what they say? Teamwork makes the dream work. I have no idea who these people are, but you seem to really enjoy them, my darlings. So if that makes you happy, then that can't be a bad thing. We're back to the castle, everybody. Oh, did you enjoy your little journey? We've gone off on a little adventure. There we go. Happiness will be the emptiness of these two baskets. Indeedly doos. Oh, I'm liking this. Oh, you guys are gonna love this tomorrow. I've got to play it again. Another space note. I've just seen it. I have just seen it and it is amazing. If you guys heard something in the background then that sounded suspiciously like an evil laugh, then it'll give you a hint. It will give you a hint of what's coming tomorrow. Sometimes the old school, the old guard that is the horror genius of Christopher Lee, Vincent Price, and Peter Cushing, who are the holy trinity of original darkened souls, they put the hammer into horror. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I have no idea what that is, but I shall look and see for it tomorrow. So, in no particular order, movies that I think you should be watching for Halloween this year, right? And they're a random choice, but I do believe you will enjoy. Now, the first one I'm thinking of is called Sting. Sting is a 2024 horror film written and directed by Kay Roach Turner and starring Ryan Corr, Alia Brown, Penelope Mitchell, and Robin Nevin. I think that is a good one to start with. Yeah. Sting is not your average spider movie. In fact, oh, come here, you. Sting is from outer space, and Sting arrives on Earth in a meteor and crash lands through the ceiling of a very nice apartment block and finds itself sneaking around in a child's doll house. Sting is then captured by a little girl called Charlotte. And Charlotte takes the spider and puts him in a jar and feeds him cockroaches. And she finds out that Sting has very remarkable talents. He's a mimic. She has taught him that when she whistles, it means it's food, it's tea time. Oh, I thought your comments were lovely. Thank you very much, 200 Wheels. That's very kind of you. Did you see my response? Because I said that was very kind of you. Sting learns that when he hears the whistle, thank you, darling. When he hears the whistle, it means food. The thing is, Sting doesn't remain tiny for very long, and Sting suddenly gets very big indeed and proceeds to go on quite the feeding frenzy. The zoologist that lives upstairs says it's not possible. Spiders can't grow that big. Their skeletal outdoor, their bodies, their skeletal exterior cannot possibly support that weight. How is it possible that Sting got so big? And how is it that he's also a mimic? The lad says, I don't think Sting is of this earth. You absolute gory mayhem. Absolutely fantastic visual effects. A lot of them are not CGI, which is another reason why I really like this film. A lot of them are practically done special effects with rods and pulleys and puppetry. And once you see that spider run, and it's a big bugger, it's bloody huge. It must be 3 foot wide and 3 foot long. And it decides to make its home in the garbage chute. And it drags all manner of people and creatures in there to keep feeding and grow even bigger. Will Charlotte survive? What will happen to the zoologist? Has anybody seen the pet parrot? Do give it a watch. It came out in 2024 and I first saw it last Christmas when it was when it was released on Netflix. It's an absolutely cracking movie and I can't recommend it enough. If like me and you love a good freakishly gorgeous spider movie, then I recommend do watch Sting. Absolutely. And there's another one, funnily enough, coming out this year, set in Turkey after an invasion, I believe, of the creepy crawly kind. And we seem to have humanity in a hole in the ground. I don't know who stars in it yet because I don't know enough about it, but I need to check it out. But the whole thing is called Scuttle or Shiver or Scurry. Yeah, I think it's called Scurry. That's it. It does look good. My goodness me, these spiders are a bit of a unit. So that would be my choice for this October. I just need to find out where they're showing it. So I can go along and say, take my money. And I can go down and sit in a seat and be scared to death about ginormous man-eating spiders. Because who doesn't like a ginormous man-eating spider. Hands up, everyone. I do. Me. I want to see one. I love spiders. I don't particularly want them crawling all over me, but I do enjoy going to see a good spider movie. So there we are. So Sting and Scurry. I think it's called Scurry. I've already seen Sting, but I'm looking forward to seeing the other one. I just need to find out where they're showing it. Another absolute classic would be the Donald Sutherland and Julie Christie Don't Look Now. Based on a story by Daphne du Maurier and set in the beautiful, picturesque city of Venice. The premise of the story is a young couple tragically lose their daughter in a drowning accident at their home in England. She falls into a pond and she drowns. And the next time we see the couple, they are sat in a restaurant in Venice, where her husband is currently working on a local church doing a restoration, an architectural restoration. No, I don't think I'd like to drown in the pond, and the little girl didn't want to. Anywhere but a pond. Well, she was only little. And the mother is stopped by two old ladies, one who has the second sight. And she tells her that her daughter misses her very much and that she wants her to know that she's happy where she is. Consequently, the woman is so overcome with emotion that she faints, and she comes round in the hospital and tells her husband what the old ladies had said. Feeling very protective towards his wife, Donald Sutherland says to Julie Christie, "You're not to see those women ever again." But as the nature of the story in the book and also the movie, you know they're going to meet again. And the old ladies are trying desperately to warn Julie Christie about her husband, Donald Sutherland, that something terrible is going to happen and that they need to leave Venice. The question is, will they listen before it's too late? I'm not going to tell you anymore because you'll have to watch the movie. That one came out Don't Look Now in 1973. So that's a long time ago, isn't it? Yeah, 1973 that movie came out. And it said Julie Christie was quite the catch. And Donald Sutherland wasn't bad looking either. So that would be another choice. And an excellent choice as well. Going on a little bit further, the one film that Stephen King truly hated was this one, and it was an adaptation of his book, The Shining. It happens to be one of my absolute favourite horror movies, and I highly recommend it for its claustrophobic nature and isolation style of horror. Stanley Kubrick was a very, very good director. He was amazing. I will always say this about the film The Shining. If Stephen King hated it so much, why then, when he wrote Doctor Sleep, did he go back to the Overlook Hotel and did it exactly the same way that Stanley Kubrick did it? Right? Just a question. If I was going to ask Stephen King anything, it would be that. Right? The Shining. 1980, that one came out. You should. It's a classic. Give it a go. You won't regret it. It's a horror movie that works on many different levels. And you need to watch it 2 or 3 times before you get a feel for all the nuances that are in there. And they are so subtle, but they are there. And they're so downright creepy. I mean, here we are, a father takes his son and his wife to stay at the Overlook Hotel while it's closed for the winter season. Their only job is to be caretakers and to live there in the winter while the snow comes and keep everything ticking over. Keep the furnace ticking over and make sure that the electrics work and that there are no damages due to winter storms. Right? Oh, we're back. So, where did we get to? We were talking about The Shining from 1980. It was the one film that Stephen King really hated, right? And I've always put it down to creative conflicts. I think Stephen King was a little bit jealous because Stanley Kubrick managed to bring to life a very technically difficult book. Shelley Duvall was amazing. Jack Nicholson, astounding. Saxman Crothers was the gentleman who had the Shining that could contact Danny Torrance through thought alone. If you know the classic story, a gentleman, Jack Nicholson, takes his wife, Shelley Duvall, and their son up to stay at the Overlook Hotel where they are to spend the winter. Their only job is to make sure that the furnaces work and that the electricity stays on and that there is no damage from winter storms. Now, when it snows up there, it's quite an isolationist problem. As in, if you don't like being trapped by the bad weather and by bad snow, you are not going to enjoy your time being a caretaker for the Overlook Hotel. And the only way to get away from the Overlook Hotel is by driving a snowcat. Now, you've all seen that scene mostly because it's such an old film, of where Jack Torrance is sat at the typewriter and he's writing away, typing away, and all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. I mean, he's written it over and over and over again, so many times in different fonts and different spacings and in setting it out. I mean, there poor Shelley Duvall, Wendy Torrance, is thinking that her husband, Jack Torrance, played by, crikey, I've just said his name 1,000 times, Jack Nicholson, is writing a book, and she then goes and looks in and to have a little sneaky look at the new book that he's writing and sees page after page after page of all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. If that does not terrify you, I don't know what will. I often think about Stanley Kubrick and Stephen King and their falling out that they had, and they had a right royal falling out over this. He always said he hated the movie, Stephen King did, and yet when he did the book Doctor Sleep and they turned that into a movie with his blessing, we went back to the Overlook Hotel, and it was everything that Stanley Kubrick had put in was put in Doctor Sleep. Now, I know that there was creative conflicts here, right? Yes, I get that. But I also think Stephen King, and I'll take this to my grave, I think Stephen King was jealous of Stanley Kubrick because he managed to put together a film that was so spectacular that all these years later we're all still talking about it, and he managed to make a movie out of a very technically difficult book. It was very, very difficult. And another bit of movie trivia that you may or may not know is at the same time as they were filming at the Outlook Hotel, right, in the exact same lot, 2 rows over, The Empire Strikes Back was being filmed, right? And all those scenes that you see in the Battle of Hoth, right in the beginning with the wampers and all that ice and snow, it was filmed there. They were so cash strapped when they were making The Empire Strikes Back that they had to use the same snowy lot that they were using for the Shining. And the scene where Danny Torrance is running through the maze at the end, and he backtracks and hides. He runs and leaves footprints in the snow, and then he realizes that his dad will find him. So he stops running and backtracks in the snow, and backtracks quite a way, and scuttles and hides under a hedge, one of the hedges, and waits and covers his tracks again, and waits and hides and waits for his father to go running past to where, so he can escape and jump in all the other footprints to get back to his mom and escape, right? And the reason why that idea came to mind is that there was a scene in The Empire Strikes Back where the wampa creature, right, got Luke Skywalker and knocked him off his tauntaun. Right? Yeah, he was on a tauntaun. Oh, blimey, this is me showing my movie trivia. And that was because the Wampa had hidden, because it had covered up its tracks in the snow. So they nicked that idea from The Empire Strikes Back, shoved it in The Shining, and boy, oh boy, did it give for a brilliant ending. So there you go. If you're ever in a pub quiz and that question pops up, you can say, thanks, Fairy. I can answer this one and I'm gonna win. So there you go. That's another reason to watch The Shining. I fully recommend that you watch it over Halloween. Oh my goodness me. You will not be disappointed. You're gonna love it. Right. Thinking going into the late 80s, but it's one that doesn't get a lot of talking about. And it's called The Prince of Darkness by John Carpenter. Who knew that in Los Angeles, in good old LA, beneath a Catholic church of nondescript, there is a glass cylinder of green swirling liquid that happens to hold the son of the Antichrist. Yes, there he is, trapped underneath this church in this cylindrical vessel, waiting for the opportune moment to get out. Absolutely. Yeah, we are talking about John Carpenter's The Prince of Darkness. Now 7 years old, and it stars Sir Alice of Coupe. Yes, Mr. Cooper, Vincent Fernier, was in that movie as an LA tramp. And he was amazing. Yes, 1987, I was 11 years old, and The Prince of Darkness has just come out. Why do I love this film so much? Because it covers horror and quantum physics. And I do believe that there is a universe where quantum physics and horror should sit side by side. We have the best scientists working on trying to unlock and find out what it is that's floating in this green goop, with the blessing of the Catholic Church. Yeah. What they're looking for is a way to send it back for once where it came from. What they didn't wait or did not reckon on was that the green goo of doom was wise to what they were going to try and do, and thus, through artificial intelligence, yes, they were using it back then to talk to the thing that was in the goo to find out what it wanted, and it was trying to tell them through quarks and quasars, without the use of the CERN, which at the time hadn't been finished. So we were doing this with good old personal computers. It's It's quite the movie. It's an intelligent horror. And I quite like an intelligent horror. I like the thought that there is a God and an anti-God, and they're having an argument via Microsoft through the green goo and picking off the scientists one by one. All I can say is get rid of all the mirrors, because they could, in effect, be used as a portal to get over from the other side via quantum mechanics. I know, it sounds bizarre, it sounds bonkers. You need to see it to believe it. But it came out in 1987. Initially, it didn't do very well at the cinema. And I think that was because it was too sciencey for the mainstream media at the time. It's since created a very much a cult following, and it's the second installment of the apocalyptic trilogy that John Carpenter did, with the first being, of course, The Thing. The second one is The Prince of Darkness, and your third is In the Mouth of Madness. Each one depicts a tragic becoming to the end of the world. In the first one, The Thing, you get a hint of a haunting glimpse of what could happen to planet Earth if things are not nipped in the bud at McMurdo Sound, way out in the South Pole. I think it's at the South Pole. I believe it's at the South Pole. All right? They don't stop the thing, the end of the world will ensue. In The Prince of Darkness, I'm chatting with YouTube about the ingest server issues affecting our stream. Oh, okay. I'll leave you to it, sweetheart. I didn't realise. Sorry. In the second movie, The Prince of Darkness, we don't just get a haunting view. Oh, thank you, another space note. That's so sweet of you. Oh, you are so lovely. In the second movie, The Prince of Darkness, we don't just get a haunting look at what could be the end of the world and the end of the earth, but we happen to see the veil between the two of Armageddon lifting. Yeah, the apocalypse is always been the lifting of the veil so that you can see what is coming and why it's going to be the end. So that's the lifting of it. You get the haunting glimpse in the first, the second is the lifting of the veil, and your third, which is In the Mouth of Madness, the veil is completely lifted, and what you see is the hellscape to which humanity must now endure. But it is the second movie that I love the most because it balances science and horror. And you just have to have that kind of mind where you like quantum physics that much that you actually want the end of the world to happen. You really do. I would really be interested in seeing that version of the apocalypse. Look, we're going to go invisible. All you're going to see is my head. when it does it. Oh, see? Ooh, the green, I'm going to disappear. So that is another recommendation. No, my map is too good. Yeah, so I would really recommend the second one. Although The Thing and In the Mouth of Madness are excellent. And if you've ever seen The Thing and you know that scene, that one I talk about that I saw way too young, and I did, that scene with the Huskies, oh, I even now, at the age I am, I still cannot comfortably sit down and watch The Thing when it gets to that scene. I'm like this. I have my hands over my eyes and I'm absolutely terrified. I can't. And I know it's because I saw the film when I was too young. I was very naughty as a child, and I would watch all the movies, and my mum and dad just, well, I wouldn't have let my children get away with doing it. So, I think my parents perhaps should have done, should have been a bit more like, you're not watching that. But, the damage is done. I'm now in my late 40s, soon to be 50, and I am still absolutely terrified of the husky scene. So there we are. And there's a lot of movies I saw when I was a child that I shouldn't have. One of them was Deliverance. And if you know about that film, if you know, you know. Yes. I watched some things way too young. Oh well. I remember watching Day of the Dead, which is another movie I'm going to tell you about now. And oh my goodness me, it is the end of the world. The zombies have munched and crunched their way through the populace of the planet Earth. It is a plague visited on us by God himself. And there are just a few of us left in a government research bunker, hiding away underneath the ground of Florida. I do believe we are in Florida, and I shall tell you when that film came out. Right, Day of the Dead. 1985. Goodness me, I was 10 years old. Right? I watched that when it got released on video. Yes, I know, we had cassettes, VHS, all the rest of it. So I watched that when let me think, I would have been about 12, maybe 13 when it came out on video. Loved it. But again, I probably saw it way too young. And there is a scene at the end, and if you know it, yeah, you probably know the one I'm referring to, where the captain happens to be running down a corridor in the government underground bunker and opens a door, and the look on his face, oh boy, oh my my goodness me. I can't remember his flipping name. Let me think. 1985, Day of the Dead. Captain Rhodes, Captain Henry Rhodes. And he realises, obviously, that he's absolutely buggered and he's just had his, it's just the chips are down, man, and he is about to become zombie food. So if it wasn't bad enough that they all decide that that's the point where they were all going to tuck in, no, it gets worse. They rip his bloody legs off. And you see all the blood and guts and everything drop out onto the floor. And I mean, and that scream. Oh my goodness me, that's going to live in my head rent free for the rest of my days. Captain Henry Rhodes. Shall Kahn this! Shall Kahn this! As a tearing his legs up. Oh. So yes, that is another recommendation. 1985, Day of the Dead. It is good. Damn, it's good. And you know what I love about George Romero and his zombie movies is the fact that they didn't do it with CGI. They actually did it with proper moving parts. And they had Tom Savini. Now, if you don't know who Tom Savini is, right, not only is he a very good special effects gentleman who's still with us and is still gorgeous, and I love him, right? Tom Savini is a blooming legend in horror movies. He did all the practical effects for all the Jason movies, the Friday the 13th. He helped out on the Nightmare on Elm Street, right? He was present and helping out with Steven Spielberg with all of the Poltergeist, right? He was friends with Tobe Hooper. Who is Tobe Hooper? If you don't know, he did the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You know, there was a whole group of them. And of course, John Carpenter absolutely adored working with Tom Savini, and they did so many films together where practical filming was needed to do special effects. Why did Tom Savini get so good? Because he was a photographer for the US Army back in Vietnam. He got to see firsthand what happened to the human body, right, regarding being blown to pieces, legs and arms and heads hacked off. And I mean, there is no better way, I believe, to learn how to put the human body apart and back together again than being on an actual battlefield and seeing it firsthand. Trust me on this one, I have experience. Ha! I can understand exactly how and how brilliant Tom Savini is regarding body bits and parts and all over the floor and so much more. Yes, if you've ever wondered what a landmine does to a pair of legs, Tom Savini's your guy. So that is one of the reasons why Day of the Dead Dawn of the Dead. He actually redid. There is a version of Dawn of the Dead that Tom Savini did in honor of George A. Romero, right? As a thank you for all the work that they'd done together over the years. And that one came out in around about 1990. And yes, unfortunately, they're coming to get you, Barbara. Look, there's one of them now. She was still being pursued through the graveyard by the zombie that got her brother Bob. You see, it's all connected, isn't it? Yeah. See, I love my horror movies. And as you know, I love Halloween. So yeah, I do recommend Day of the Dead. I also recommend Dawn of the Dead. Yes, but the director's cut. You must watch the director's cut. It's superior to all other cuts that are out there. And the aforementioned Tom Savini is in that movie as one of the bikers. And you must remember to look out for a particular scene which is both comical and horrific, and it does involve one of the bikers having his blood pressure measured on a machine whilst being eaten alive by a zombie. I mean, if that doesn't make your blood pressure go through the roof, I don't know what will. Oh, there's but a scratch. Well, this scene, it's a little bit more than a scratch. I would say it's more of a snap. Yeah. Oh, they redid Dawn of the Dead in 2004, the year my second child was born. Oh, yes. And there is a scene within that movie that involves a newborn baby. Thank goodness my pregnancy didn't end that way. I don't think I would have liked how the baby would have arrived onto the planet. Needless to say, it chewed its way out. And that, my darlings, is a good enough reason to have an epidural. It truly is. Especially if it's going to arrive on the planet that way. Oh my God, too much information. Yeah, pretty grim, but an excellent film. And guess what? Tom Savini helped make that again as well. And the original members who were in the original Dawn of the Dead were also in the remake Dawn of the Dead. Yeah, which was done by Zack Snyder. And I would say George Romero was very, and I would say George Romero was very, he guarded all of his zombie stuff. He wouldn't let anybody, just anybody, make a film and use his title or even do a remake. But when he met Zack, and Zack said, "Oh, that's it, how good I found you," and he gave him the script, and George Romero said, "You have to make this film. You have to do it." And I'm so glad that he did. Simply because it's not just a movie. You will note that there is also a special effects kit that goes with the movie. There is Andy's gun shop, which is a montage of Andy, the gun shop owner, making small vignette videos about his situation and how he's coping with being in the zombie apocalypse, and also of shooting Burt Reynolds. But that's another story, and that is in this film. Sorry, Burt, I'm afraid you do come a cropper with Andy's chopper. There we are. And also, the other little special that was in Dawn of the Dead, it comes to good old England. Oh my goodness me. I am not making this up. There is a scene where the Brits are running down the road in a news bulletin special in Whitehall, in London, saying, hurry up, hurry up. I think we're actually running through Notting Hill. And they are yelling to the people that are doing the news, the footage of the news, hurry up, they're right behind us. We can't stop, we can't give an interview, they're going to eat us. I mean, cinematic gold there. And of course, all the original actors that were in the original Dawn of the Dead also have little vignettes where they appear and have taken on different characters, including the great old Tom Savini. He's in there as well. It's just awesome. And they've all got little parts that are so subtle. Blink and you'll miss them, but they are there. And that is in the little bit extra that was done as like add-on 30-minute, like half an hour extra for the movie, and it's only available, I think, on the director's cut of the DVD. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you do want to see it, you can. Also, I do believe somewhere on here, on YouTube land, there is the 3 that I've just referred to on here. I'd need to find them for you and maybe put a link if I can find them. But oh my goodness me, they are so worth watching. They really are. News just in. It's a bit like that. It's like you're watching CNN and then going straight to the zombie apocalypse. It's so well done. The only person that couldn't be in it, God bless her, was Francine, who was the mother in the original Dawn of the Dead, because she was quite poorly at the time and she couldn't do any more acting. Let's see if I can remember her name. I know she died. Dawn of the Dead 1978 cast. Gillian Ross, Francine. I think she died. Oh, she's been quite poorly. She's American Israeli. She's called Galen Ross, and she played Francine in the original. And I think David Emge, who played Stephen, I think he might have died. Yeah, 20th of January 2024, Evansville, Indiana. Amazing actor, David Emge. Absolutely, saddest thing. And I think she died. I'm just going to put died. No. She's still with us. God bless her. She's still with us. She was born in 1950 on August the 15th. So, nope, she's still with us, bless her. But I do know that she was poorly for a long time, and because of that, she couldn't be in the 19 Sorry, in the 2004 remake. She was just too poorly. Oh, look, everyone, we've gone to the moon. In between me checking out movie facts, we've gone to the moon. Well, that's actually quite a good place for the next movie that I'm going to recommend to you because it's in, well, outer space. It stars a very famous cat called Jonesy. Yeah, Jonesy the cat. Now, think and cast your minds back to Major Ellen Ripley or Nostromus. Yeah. Now, if you've never seen Alien, when did that one come out? I want to say 1978. 1979, I beg my pardons. 1979 brought us Alien. Yeah, by Ridley Scott. Please tell me it was Ridley Scott that did it. Oh my goodness me. Alien. Ridley Scott, thank you. Yeah. Anyway, Sigourney Weaver and her trusty cat, Jonesy, take on a xenomorph that is not only suffering from PMT, but it's also going through the menopause. I can only describe it as that because it is quite a psychotic creature. Not only does it start off being a face hugger, then it decides not only is it going to rip out John Hurt's innards in the middle of tea time, which is not cricket. Us Brits, as you may know, take 4 o'clock and tea time in this country very seriously. And no, we did not appreciate that face hugger jumping out of John Hurt's innards when it was high tea. Anyway, at this point, Jonesy the cat, having seen quite enough and really being put off his whiskers at this point, legs it and goes and hides in the cargo hold. The only reason to this day that I am convinced that Ellen Ripley is still among the land of the living and has not been torn to a million shreds by the xenomorph is because she listened to her cat. Her cat Jonesy said, "I have a bad feeling about this, Ripley. A very bad feeling. I think we should blow it out the airlock." And so they did. And that's basically in essence the whole of the movie is the reason why woman survived. She listened to her cat. Just saying. So that is another choice film that I think that you should watch. I really honestly do. I think you'll love it. And if you've never seen Aliens, which is the second one, in my opinion, is slightly better than the first. Only slightly, because it stars the very wonderful Michael Behan. And I'll tell you the other dude. Lance Erskine as Bishop. Bill Paxton as Hudson, the boastful but panicky Colonial Marine private. Oh, we're damned! We're damned! We're all damned! Yes. Bill Paxton. Awesome, awesome actor. Sadly missed. He died. Yeah, he died not so long ago. But oh my goodness me, Bill Paxton, God bless him, is the only actor I have known that is killed by an alien, by a predator, and by an exterminator. Okay, so YouTube recommend I restart the stream with a new encoder. Oh, do you want to? No problem. Yep, that's fine. We're nearly at the end of the first basket, everybody. Does that not fill your heart with joy? Yeah, do you want to do that? I'm more than happy. I'll stop talking whilst you do what you want to do. Oh, keep talking. All right, yep. No worries. Is everything sorted? I'm preparing the encoder for a hot swap. Ooh. Okie dokie. So anyway, yeah, we've been to the moon. We have done the alien and aliens. And then I told you all about Bill Paxton, who happens to have been killed by a predator, a terminator, and an alien. And I just think that's damned unlucky if you're living in that universe. You know, Predator was a very good film, but it was the second Predator and not the first. Just in case you were wondering where he was in that movie, now you know. Oh, there we go. Okay, you let me know when we've hot swapped. Gosh, that sounds exciting. There we are. Sorry, I'm just concentrating. This is a very unusual shirt. It's a sleeve within a sleeve. Green sleeves it ain't. There is another horror movie that stars Kirk Douglas and Harvey Keitel and Farrah Fawcett called Saturn 3. And let's see, when did that come out? 1980. It's a British science fiction film produced and directed by Stanley Donen and starring Farrah Fawcett, Kirk Douglas and Harvey Keitel. Ooh, the screenplay was written by Martin Amis and the story by John Barry. It is about artificial intelligence and the misuse through machines, and the fact that everybody is in love with Farrah Fawcett. I mean, she's bloody gorgeous and runs around half naked in this film. In case you really are a fan of Farrah Fawcett, you may just enjoy the view. It is rather splendid. And there she is running around in her birthday suit for most of the film. And Harvey Keitel thinks, blimey, that's nice. Kirk Douglas is thinking, blimey, that is nice. And the robot thinks, blimey, I'm having a go. And the men in the film are like, you're a machine. No, you don't. And the machine's thinking, just try and stop me, pal. So consequently, everybody is fighting for the virtue of Farrah Fawcett. And at this point, she realizes that perhaps putting on a bit of clothing might calm the order within the robot. But no, the robot's got other ideas, and off he goes. And needless to say, Together in Electric Dreams was now brought into reality rather than just being a computer's fantasy. There we go. If you've never seen it, it's for its time, it was considered quite avant-garde for science fiction. I'm trying to decide whether it wanted to be a snuff movie, a porn movie, a science fiction movie, or all three. There we are. But highly recommended for adults, not so much for kids. Yes, Transformers, robots in disguise. Stick with that, kids, and leave this one for the grown-ups. It is very much a highbrow science fiction. It's one of those sciencey films that really make you think, more along the lines of artificial intelligence, its role in society, and what can happen when a machine gets an idea in its head and it just won't. There we go. Ha! I did! Woohoo! We've come back down to planet Earth. We have done with outer space. But we have arrived at the Castle Dracula. So, another recommendation has got to be Gary Oldman, Keanu Reeves, Winona Ryder, Dracula. (1992). Anthony Hopkins, Keanu Reeves, Richard E. Grant, Carly Lewis, Billy... I will tell you in a minute. Billy Campbell, Sadie Frost, Tom Wattis, Monica Bellucci, Michaela Burku as Dracula's bride, and Jay Robinson as Mr. Hawkins. Yes. Ooh. I like this version from 1992. It was when I left high school. I was 16 years old when this film came out, and I adore it. Not just for the fact that Gary Oldman stars in it, and he is an absolutely amazing Dracula. No, not just because Winona Ryder and Keanu Reeves are in it. No, and Sir Anthony Hopkins. No, I just love it because it finally paid homage to the actual Dracula story. And it was so beautifully put together. Honestly, hashtag 9 billion trillion stars, really do recommend. If you've never seen the 1992 version of Gary Oldman's Dracula, do watch it. It is amazing. Obviously, the synopsis of the story is it's a three-way love triangle gone hideously wrong. Everybody's down at relate. Everybody's bitching to the relate counsellor that I'm in love with him, she's in love with him, he's in love with her, and what an unholy mess it all is. Dracula said, I turned me back for 5 minutes, and Nina is in love with Jonathan Harker. And where do I fit into all of this? Because I've wandered the earth looking for her. And Nina's like, well, I was in love with you, Drac, but then, well, I died and I got reincarnated as, Mina, and I'm here and I'm marrying Jonathan, but, I'm still passion for you, lad. I'm still passion, and I still love you, and I still want to be your best babe, right? Jonathan Harker in all of this is sat there going, hang on, you're married to me, but you're in love with him. And this is where it gets to be a bit of a, dare I say, pain in the neck. Oh boy, I know. These puns, they write themselves. So that is basically what Dracula is all about. A three-way love triangle that went very, very wrong. And the fact that the relate guy, played by Anthony Hopkins as Van Helsing, is like, no. We can't all be in love with the same woman. And Dracula turns around and goes, well, you know what? I had your best mate, Lucy. And Mina's like, oh, that was just so uncalled for, lad. How dare you? And he goes, well, she wasn't available. She hadn't, I didn't see a ring on it. And that is basically the absolute, if you were going to go down and do a script for Dracula, that is what it would be about, right? Everybody's mad because everybody's in love with everybody else, and nobody's in love with the right one. I'm not wrong. So anyway, there you go. That's Dracula for you. Do watch it. You will enjoy. And also, if you just happen upon a very, very old and classic H.P. Lovecraft called Castle Freak. Yeah, now not many people know about Castle Freak, right? But it came out in the 1980s, and I will tell you the year in a minute. And I've done these trousers. $1995. So I was 15. Oh my goodness me. Jeffrey Combs and John Riley. And it was directed by Stuart Gordon. And oh my goodness me, it is camp, it is cheesy, it's perfect for Halloween. It truly is. It's based on a H.P. Lovecraft story. It is fantastically written, and it's about a family that move all the way to Italy after the death of their only son. Their daughter is blinded by the car accident that he died in, and oh, another basket, another basket. Here we go. There we are. Let's get the big old tea towel. No, I think this one's a flat sheet. There we are. I don't think I'll be doing any more clothing. I think it's just sheets now. So won't that be fun? Yes, so Castle Freak from 1995. There is a car accident. The alcoholic father crashes the car, kills their only son, blinds his only daughter, drives his wife up the bloody wall because she can't forgive him for killing the child, their only son, and for blinding their daughter. They decide that for a fresh start, whenever, can I ask, is mysteriously being left a castle in Italy in the middle of nowhere after a family tragedy like that. Who in their right mind would think that that was a good idea? But anyway, be that as it may, off they pop to Italy to inherit the castle of their hopes and dreams. And boy, oh boy, does it deliver. Wow, there isn't a dull moment in the entire story. And believe me, if you have a pet cat, perhaps don't take it to go live in the castle. Tiddles doesn't like it. And Tiddles will make you pay for bringing it over there. Yeah. Tiddles has a very, how shall we say, catastrophic moment where the Friskies just won't cut it. And everybody is running for cover, including the cat. Yeah. Watch Castle Freak from 1995. You will not be disappointed. It's gory, it's schlocky, it's true Italian giallo horror. It's utterly insane. I don't know if there was joined up thinking or if people were taking something when they decided that they were going to make this film. But it's an experience. It's an immersive experience seeing this film. And once you've seen it, I don't think you'll ever not unsee it. It will live in your mind for many, many years to come. But yeah, it is. Stuart Gordon is. He's on form, and I mean, you probably know him for Reanimator and The Beyond, or From Beyond. That's it, From Beyond, because he did quite a few with Jeffrey Combs, with the horrors, H.P. Lovecraft and all that. But it's an immersive experience. I'd recommend that one for Halloween, for the month of Halloween anyway. Now, talking about a really good classic werewolf movie. Oh my goodness me. I see a bad moon rising. Yeah, that one, that particular one, American Werewolf in London. Right? Yeah, you know the one. I want a big plate of beef chow mein. That very one. American American Werewolf in London came out in 1981. Stars David Norton and Jenny Agutter, Griffin Dunn and John Woodvine. These poor intrepid boys. Out. Okay, now out. Bitrate issue is fixed. Try a spell. Ooh. Izzy Wizzy. Let's get busy. There we go. Sparkle, sparkle, shining bright. Which one will we hit tonight? Yep. I absolutely adore American Werewolf in London. The fact that they stop off for a drink at a pub in Yorkshire called the Slaughtered Lamb, and yet there is no sheep hanging on the sign. That ought to sort of give it away that, holy hell, this little village is not very welcoming. Are you local? Perhaps not. Yes, I'm not saying it is the village of Royston Vasey, but not far off. Stick to the roads, lads. Don't go on the moors. Wise words of John Glover. Yeah, very wise words. But no, these boys, being boys, decide that they think it might be a bit quicker to go across the moors. What a mistake to make. Anyway, off they trot, and believe me, before long they are galloping, trying to get away from the four-footed predator that has got them on its radar. Still, one gets eaten and one gets mauled. If you didn't think that was bad enough, wait till it gets to the full moon and you're back in London, having been released from the local hospital, and you're waiting to go home to America. But whilst you're in London, well, you know what they say, the old saying, when in Rome. Well, when in London, why not wake up in London Zoo with nothing on, wondering how on earth you got there in the first place, and having to steal a woman's red coat and make your way home on the number 10 bus. Good morning, Spark of Pyro, or should I say good afternoon. How are you, my dear? Are you all right? Are you doing well? We're just talking about American Werewolf in London being one of my Halloween recommendations for a very good, if not gory night in if you want to watch a really good scary film. Hey Pyro, hope you are well. Aww. You know what I love so much about this channel is how everyone gets on with everyone. It's lovely. Always living the dream. Hope are you? Well, if I'm living this dream, I'm legging it from that American Werewolf in London. There is a scene which will live in my brain rent-free for the rest of my days. And it so happens to be when they're getting out at Leicester Square and the wolf suddenly decides to turn up and tries to take the side off a London bus. I think it's either Leicester Square or Trafalgar Square. But we're down there and the wolf jumps out the bus and tries to eat all the passengers that are on it. It's so funny. Every day I wake is another day I enjoy sunrise, Pyro. He's not been feeling too well, but he is sounding a little bit better. I know. He's got this flipping chest infection. And it's giving you the run around, isn't it, sweetheart? Here we go. We're nearly done this massive sheet. Oh, goodness me. It's huge. It's a king. It's a king size. I know. I just wondered if he'd spoke to you this morning, because if he hadn't, then he wouldn't know how bad your throat was. It's good to see you anyway, Pyro. I've been recommending movies today to get you into the Halloween spirit, my dears. I feel oddly better today, even though I sound worse. Ah, there you go. You see, the medicine is working. But if you see a full moon, another space note, don't suddenly decide that you want to have a big bowl of beef chow mein, because if you do, then you are a wary wolf. Now, if we want to go ahead and do aquatic horror, may I recommend my absolute favourite shark movie of all time, Jaws, that came out in 1975. Out in 1975. What about a big bowl of soya chow mein? Oh, well, in that case, you will be the vegan werewolf of London. But there we are. Yeah, we can have a vegan werewolf, you know. There's a lot to be said for it. Blimey, we've got our work out for us today, haven't we? Big old sheets of grand proportions. Yep, in 1975, we got Steven Spielberg's Jaws that has been parodied to death and then some. However, here we are, living the dream, 50 years on. It's still hands down the scariest shark movie that has ever graced the silver screen, and for blooming good reason. That music by John Williams, if that don't put the willies up you, I don't know what will. The music alone sets your teeth on edge, and then you see it, the shadow in the water. Unfortunately, the lady that was swimming in the original beginning of the movie did not, and spent a good 5 minutes screaming her nut off before she was swallowed whole, or at least great big chunks of her work. Yes, as soon as that fin breaches the waterline and the music starts, holy hell, you'll not sleep again. It is the ultimate shark horror movie, and quite honestly, I don't know of another shark movie that's ever come out that has been and had such an effect on people, right? What, tell me, when you've been and seen that film, do you honestly want to go for a swim in the sea? Answers on a postcard, please. The chances are, I'll reckon you'll say no. You'll be saying, like, thanks very much. Nice of you to invite me to the seaside. No, I am not going in the water. Sorry, just need to find out what is going on. Ah, there it is. There it is. Being a nuisance. Oh, sometimes you just got to show the sheet who's boss. There we go. We can lay it flat. You will do as I say. Yep. The movie Jaws is the perfect aquatic horror. It even beats Piranha, and that was a bloody good film. I quite like Piranha, the movie, but Jaws has the edge. I just needed to put the dryer on for another half an hour. 200 wheels! Hello, my dear. We are just talking about Jaws. It's 50 years old and it's still as good today as it was when it came out 50 years ago. Absolutely amazing. Okay, two of those and one of those. Awesome. We are almost done, my darlings, on the third customer of the day. How are you, 200 Wheels? Have you ever seen the film Jaws? Have you? Has it given you nightmares? Did you ever want to swim in the sea again? I don't know, there is something unsettling about Jaws. And the fact that they called it Bruce, trying to make it a little bit friendly, and it kept disintegrating when it was in the water. But I mean, that one clip where he's throwing chum off the back of the boat, Chief Brody, and they're trying to attract the shark so they can kill it. And it jumps up and he looks down and he sees it. And he sees it in its entirety and realizes the bloody shark's bigger than the boat they're in. And the utterance of the magical words, we're going to need a bigger boat. Did he or did he not say that? Or is that fantasy in the movie law? Let's investigate and let's find out. Jaws were going, gonna need a bigger boat. Line is spoken by Pete Brody, played by Roy Schneider, during a pivotal moment in the film when the crew first encounters the great white. Interestingly, this famous quote was not originally in the script. It was improvised by Schneider. The phrase emerged from a real-life situation on set where crew members frequently complained about the inadequacy of the support boat during filming. There you go. So it was. You're gonna need a bigger boat. When that shark comes out the water and Quint hasn't even clapped eyes on it yet, but Schneider, Rob Schneider, also known. Oh, what's happened? Keith Brody, there he is, and he's absolutely panicking like mad, thinking, "We just, it is just so big. It's just so big, and it's in the water, and it knows where we are, and it's bigger than the boat." You know, at that point, I think I might also have had a panic attack, a great big one. You know, suddenly you've got something like that. It knows where you are. You've been ringing the dinner bell loud enough, and the next minute it's looking outside the boat going, "You got any more of that?" It were right tasty because obviously our shark's from Yorkshire. And oh my goodness me, now you're going to be watching that film thinking that, you know, that one thing is going to be playing in your head. Have you got any more of that chum? That were really tasty. Pass the spell. Oh, okay. Izzy, Wizzy, let's get busy. Whoosh. Oh, wow. Get that? I bet you didn't know how magical. I bet you didn't know that that shark was Yorkshire. Yeah, last seen swimming round Whitby Harbour. Got any more of that chum, mate? It were ain't good. Proper tasty. See, now you won't be able to watch that film without thinking about the shark in a Yorkshire accent. There, I've ruined it for you forever. There you go. Oh, VR compatible. Oh my God, you know what I'm going to ask you now? Can you do a shark if Sharky comes on? If Sharky turns up, can we put a shark on? Yeah, if Sharky turns up, can we put a shark? Just for him. Just so he knows how special he is. I don't know how improbable. It might be a bit difficult to do because it might not fill the screen. Yeah, I just wondered because, if I see him, I'd just like to say, oh, there he is. Right, hang on. That's another pillowcase. Let me see what you can do. Oh, bless you, darling. I just thought about him then, and I just it crossed my mind and thought, yeah, Sharky. He's such a dude. I'm really glad he actually had a nice holiday. I'm not seeing him, and I was getting a bit worried about him because I know he's not as well as he could be, which is why he has his service dog, Ellie, with him all the time, and she's a good girl. So yeah, if you fancy that, it's 50 years old. It hasn't aged a day. It's still as scary as when it first appeared on our screens all those years ago. Highly, highly recommend. Beautifully done, brilliant music, excellent story. Um, was adapted from a book called Peter Benchley. Yeah, he wrote the book. And to be fair, it wasn't a very good book. It was a book all about deception and cheating and alcoholic police officers and the mayor of Amity and the fact that he was involved with the local Italian mob, and Brody's wife was not faithful because she was having it away with the scientist, played by Richard Dreyfuss. To be honest, Steven Spielberg took that story and gave it the shot in the arm that it needed and took away the human and managed to put in such a terrifying creature that that was all it needed. It needed a terrifying premise. The creature did it. The music also catapulted the film into legendary horror status. And after all that, people getting munched by a giant shark, you really didn't need all the backstory that was in the original Jaws book. And for good reason, it wouldn't have worked in the film. And quite frankly, I'm glad they cut it out because it ruined it. You know? He took a very broken story, flipped it on its head, and we created a wonderful novel that is still being talked about 50 years anyone who watches it. Oh, we've just run out of water. I'll be back in a moment. Now, moving on from a giant shark, we're going to talk about a giant bear. This is not Winnie the Pooh. This is not Paddington or Rupert. No, this bear is called a grizzly. And he has got issue with these campers up in Yellowstone. Yep. If Boo Boo had a big brother, Grizzly would be it. Yep. Grizzly came out in 1976, so 49 years ago. Oh my goodness me. Ed Park Ranger sets about capturing and killing a beast that has decided that the campers are going to be his number one prime target. Oh my goodness me. It was made on American television. It is absolutely brilliant. Pick a Grizzly 1976 Blu-ray movie up for around about £12.95 on eBay. Looking at this. Anyway, Grizzly, the giant throwback. Oh, you have a shark. Oh my goodness me. Okie dokie. Thumbs up then. Ooh, there we go. Shark for Sharky. Isn't that absolutely terrifying? Oh my goodness me. Look at him go. Oh my goodness. Well, when Sharky appears, we'll be able to go, oh, I've got something for you. We're going to need a bigger screen. Yeah, there we go. That's awesome. He will love it. Well, the one that we had on land was called Grizzly. It was a throwback to the Ice Age. It's an Ursa Major. He lives in the woods and he's got problems, not just with folk, but with everything else. And he has taken it upon himself to rid the campsite of those pesky campers by eating them one by one. Oh my goodness me. If you go down to the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. Yeah, a really big surprise when you see the side of this bugger and it's after you. It's an absolute unit of a bear. It has a bear bum, quite literally, and it's on a mission, and you're on its ticket. Oh my goodness me! It has taken a liking to eating campers. Yes, my goodness me! The bare necessities. You will be not wanting to even pack your bags. All you'll want to do is you see this bugger. He's a complete unit and he crunches and crunches his entire way through the local folk and everybody. Right. And that is the premise of the story. And we have a very wonderful park ranger who takes it upon himself, along with two other men, one of them which is a bear specialist, and the other one is a trained hunter. And between them all, they take down this unit of a bear. And let's just say the ending scene with the bear, the hunter, the park ranger, and the bear scientist, and the helicopter is stuff of television legend. It throws it around as though it's an airfix kit. This bear, it bears a grudge. Yeah, sorry, I know these puns are terrible and awful. I'll get my coat. But 1976 made a TV movie. Too damn good for a TV movie, but that's what it was made for. And it's just awesome. Yep, I would highly recommended. Absolute joy. It really is. So if you've never seen it, I think it may be on one of my playlists. I think it might be on the Animal Attacks playlist, and I think it's on there. I'm pretty sure it is. I know that it was free when it was on. I think also there is a copy of James Herbert's version of the rat called Hungry Eyes, which is another campy, ridiculous horror movie, which I am about to recommend to you all. Yeah, how they managed to get these wonderful dachshunds and they stuck pieces of fur on the dachshunds and turned them into man-eating, terrifying rats, which were scaring the living daylights out of the local people of Toronto, in Canada, where they decided to film, I believe. You just sent another Dexter picture. I'll have a look. I will have a look. Oh my goodness me, he's fast asleep. Flat on his back. He's gorgeous. Oh, oh, that is adorable. Thank you, another space note. I needed that. I did. He is so flipping cute. Oh my gosh. Thank you. That's absolutely adorable. Oh, he got into the Dreamies tub, rolled in the dust, and now crashed hard on his way down from that high. Oh my goodness. I did wonder with the Dreamies tub being on the side of the window where he was busy looking at all the other cats. If perchance it might be nosy and maybe got into. I did wonder. Oh, hang on. I need to do this way. Yep, there we are. Perfect. Here we go. He picked it up and dropped it with his teeth. And that's how he got into it. Right. I did wonder. He's a clever lad, you know. Have eyes in your backside with that one, as my granny would say. Anyway, also on the list of animal attack films is Deadly Eyes, which stars Sacha Kroger, but they couldn't have him in it for long because they couldn't afford him. So he's only in it very briefly. And let's just say it's the most imaginative way I ever have seen a rat appear on a TV screen and try to pass itself off as a man killer when it's really a dachshund covered with bits of fur, and all it really wants to do is lick to death. It's camp, it's ridiculously acted, it's completely 1980s. I will tell you when it was made. 1974 on the 1974 horror book, 1982 Deadly Eyes, not Hungry Eyes, Deadly Eyes. And one of my playlists, I honestly believe it. And well, the only way they could get these Dachshunds to attack and look like killer rats is they had to smear the victims in dog food. Otherwise, the dogs wouldn't have attacked. We are eyeing pure white ghosts. It's bedding. But I can pretend, can't I, that I'm eyeing a ghost. There we are. I can pretend it's a ghost, can't I? Itchy face again. Oh, always an itchy face. Feathers. That's what I've got. So anyway, yeah, this film, Deadly Eyes, from 82, is absolutely bananas and well worth a watch. It's camp, it's ridiculous. The scene where they're all being eaten alive in the middle of the movie theatre is stuff of legend, as is the scene where they're all on the underground train going through Toronto, trying desperately not to be licked to death by the dogs. It's just bananas. It's absolutely bonkers. And it's so worth it. It really is. If you like ridiculousness, absolutely bonkers horror, you're not going to be disappointed. I think you will enjoy. I think you will find it funny and quite engaging. Yes, the story writing is terrible. The acting is abysmal, but well, that's one side. It is the closest you are ever going to get to watching James Herbert's The Rat in its entirety. In fact, it was so bad, it put James off ever doing another rat film, which is a shame because I do believe in the right hands, you really could do a really great movie. I think Quentin Tarantino ought to have a go and make us the rats, right? And just have Quentin Tarantino directing it. And I guarantee you, you'd love it. I don't quite know what happened with the screen then, but did I suddenly speed up and then slow down? So I was ironing under the effect of the soap powder. How long have we been going for now? 3 hours. Goodness me. Goodness me, everybody. 3 hours. Amazing. We've done very well. We've got one more fitted sheet to do and a duvet cover. And then my hope is we will be calling it a day. And I will call it Tuesday. That sounds like a good day, doesn't it? A good day to dry hard. Yes, Tuesday. Are we doing 8 thumbs up and 3 people watching? Ooh, that's good. Be a bit quieter today, but that's probably because you're all out working hard and getting ready for Halloween tomorrow. Right, hang on. I think I had it. Yes, it was inside out, which is a bit unusual. However, turn it the right way. Oh, come on. Can't be that hard. Come on. Don't argue with me. I'm done asking. Now, a absolute classic rat story. In fact, it has giant cows and giant chickens as well. My goodness me, old MacDonald had a farm. And on this farm, he had some mutant animals. And we did not go E-I-E-I-O. We went, ah, and we ran all the way around the farm trying to get away and all this chickens and giant rats. Yeah, Marjorie Gerber, amazing actor, stars in this film along with a very lovely, who do the gods? Let's see. I'll remember her name in a minute. It's 1976, right? And it's Marjorie Gother, Pamela Franklin, Ralph Walker, John Cypher, and Ida. Oh, that was right. Ida Pino. Oh my goodness me. There is something in the food. There is something in the water. There is something god awful roaming around this farmyard in the middle of bloody nowhere. And the animals are, well, let's just say, you kill one of these little units, and I'm not joking, they'll be eating well for many years to come, let alone months. They are enormous. The chicken drumsticks, goodness, I don't think KFC will be able to cook one in one go. However, not only are we running around and getting away from giant chickens, giant cows, giant pigs, and everything else, there are also giant rats. And these rats are humongous. And they quite like, oh, written by H.G. Wells, Food of the Gods, awesome story, and made into an awesome film. It is 1976, it's 49 years ago. It is mad. The special effects were brilliantly done, considering the budget that this film had. And it's just so funny. It really is. You go into this film not knowing what's going to hit you. Quite literally, these lads had gone on a camping expedition, and well, let's just say the first night they hear them, and then the second night they see them. And I have never seen a more terrified young men running across the field in pursuit of a giant chicken. Oh my goodness. Yes, you need to see this film. It's a classic for Halloween. It's hilarious. Ida Lupino, when she wasn't drunk, was actually really good. It was excellent. It's bonkers. There is so much going on in that film. And the end, oh my goodness me, you will not be disappointed. It's apocalyptic in nature. Oh, wait till you see the ending. My goodness me. Shall we say the Federation of the Dairy Association, the FDA, won't know what's, but you know what they say? You are what you eat. Well, if you eat what this is, you will soon be known as Bigfoot. You'll be known as Big Everything. Ah, yes, you can see it now. The darling children as they cry, and the parents saying, goodness, how big you've grown. Oh, the better to see you with, Mama. Hmm. Yeah, honestly, Food of the Gods. It is campy, it's ridiculous, it's awesome. Yeah, and the ending will not disappoint. Thinking about very strange movies now. Have you ever heard Audrey Rose? It is a bit obscure. It stars Sir Anthony Hopkins, when he was quite a lot younger. Now, Audrey, a young girl, a very young girl, she's just about to turn into a young woman. It's on the threshold of her becoming a young woman and starting with, all the things that become with being a young woman, with a period starting and everything else. And we're just on the threshold of that. Now, this young girl is plagued every single year for a short period of time, having very, very vivid bad dreams about being stuck in a vehicle while it's on fire. And after a while, these dreams stop and she goes back to being a lovely girl. But as we get closer and closer to her turning into a young woman, the dreams get more and more intense. So bad, in fact, that the woman has to go and seek medical help for her child. And and that's where we start off with our story. Audrey Rose. When did that one come out? Audrey Rose. 1977. Audrey Rose story. The story of Audrey Rose is a tale of reincarnation and the supernatural, and set against the backdrop of New York City's couple life. The film follows Bill and Janice Templeton, who are convinced by a stranger, Elliot Hoover, that their 11-year-old daughter Ivy is a reincarnation of his deceased daughter Audrey Rose, who died in a car accident. The couple's life spirals into chaos as they struggle to accept the reality of Ivy's supposed reincarnation. The film explores themes of grief, belief, and the supernatural, with a blend of horror and religious elements. It is a story that has left a lasting impact on audiences and continues to be a subject of interest in discussion, perception, horror, and spirituality. And that one came out in 1977. Now, it used to be that it was on Netflix. However, may have been removed and it might now only be available on Amazon. I don't know, but I do remember it was for a time on Netflix and it is well worth a visit. It's it is beautifully done and it is very sympathetic to the reincarnation element that it portrays in the story. It's it's truly humbling and mystifying the lengths and breadth it goes to show us the fact that she is reincarnated within the young girl that before her, maybe. And it's it's basically the battle of the two souls as to which one will win to occupy the body within this realm of time. It's, dare I say, it's very tragic as well, and just so beautifully done. It's breathtaking. It's absolutely stunning. The cinematography is glorious and a lot of attention to detail regarding the characterization of of the Audrey Rose. I think Sir Anthony Hopkins playing the role of the father of the deceased girl, breathtaking. He actually conveys what grief is. It's desolation of the soul and the belief of a father who deeply misses his child and the want and the need for him to believe that his child is still here and with him. Whether or not it was delusional or if it was real, it begs the question, is reincarnation real? Or is it just an element of fantasy for the ones that are left behind who haven't yet dealt with and probably never will deal with grief? You should watch it. If you've never seen it, you should watch it. It's one of those films that it will stay with you long after you stop watching it. I mean, I first saw this film when I was 18, and it's always stayed with me because it made me question whether or not reincarnation or whether or not it's just delusional. It would be interesting. I remember Harry Houdini when he was dying in his final words to his wife, because I wasn't there, and he said to his wife, "If ghosts are real, if reincarnation is real, my darling, I will find a way to come back to you." And of course, he never did. So maybe, or maybe he couldn't. I mean, there are Buddhists out there that would say that reincarnation is real, and that you know they can prove it because the Dalai Lama, it always comes back, and he's always reincarnated, isn't he? If I remember rightly. Don't quote me on that. I probably got Buddhism the wrong way around. But I'm pretty sure it's to do with reincarnation. But if you've not seen Audrey Rose and you need a little bit of intellectual horror, and it is actually more intellectual than anything, it's well worth a visit. You really should give it a view. Our final film to talk to you about today is also probably one of my most disturbing. Yeah. It involves a young man and a young woman who have recently moved to New York and have got married and are considering having a baby. Mia Farrow, Rosemary's Baby by Ira. No, Rosemary's Baby. 1968. And it is absolutely terrifying. You're a young woman, you just got married, you're moving into your home of dreams, your hopes and dreams, man professes to love you above all others, who's quite happy to hand you over to the next door neighbours for satanic rituals. Yeah, that movie, oh my goodness me, it is deeply twisted and evil, and it will be in your brain long after you watch the film. The scenes where Mia Farrow is being seen with the devil, and they're having a cuddle, so to speak. Everybody stood round and having a good old gander while it's going on. Oh my goodness me, that is disturbing. As is the claustrophobicness that the movie portrays. This poor girl knows something's not quite right, knows that she doesn't feel quite right, that her pregnancy doesn't feel quite right. And she continues with the pregnancy and living in the apartment, which must feel like living in a goldfish bowl with everybody in your business and watching your every single move, because let's face it, they've all got a vested interest because of the baby that Rosemary is in. It's an absolute classic, you know, one of those films that you have to see during Halloween. The you feel so bad for the character that Mia Farrow plays, because you know what's happened to her, and she can't really remember what's happened to her because at the time they drugged her and left her on an altar while all this was going on, so that the son of the devil could be born on earth. But with all that going on, the actual worst scene is right at the end of the film, where she's given birth and they've taken the baby off her, and they've got the baby next door in the other neighbour's flat, and everybody's in there venerating and worshipping this child, this thing that's come onto earth, almost like Damien Thorpe had arrived. But the last film that we'll talk about Damien tomorrow, the last um, scene is when Mia Farrow is she's in the apartment with all the people that live in the block, in the apartment block, and she's stood there and she's screaming and she's yelling, "Oh, look at his eyes! Look at his eyes!" And that's the thing, it don't have any. It's just got these dark black holes, these black soulless eyes, and the poor woman is just hysterical. I mean, hats off to Mia Farrow for being able to act that out. She was brilliant. She was absolutely fantastic. But when she's screaming and screaming and crying and saying, "Oh, look at its eyes," she wanted to kill it because obviously what it is and what it represents. So it is gruesome. It's horrible. It's terrifying. And it's from 1968, and you really need to watch that one. And that's an intelligent horror. That's a religious intelligent horror. But these are all movies that I've seen throughout my life, and I have seen many, many more. But for me, that is the very first selection I can think of for you that I think I might enjoy. And we've talked about movies now for the last good 2 hours. So I do hope that you'll enjoy them. And come back and let me know if you've seen any of the ones that I've recommended and what did you think about them? Because I'm always wanting to talk about books and movies and plays. Really cool TV shows are on that are well worth watching. In fact, this week I shall be delving into Borderland. I have seen the first two. And I'm absolutely stoked that the third season is out. I know it started last week, but last week I couldn't watch because my husband were on. He's not really into things, but this week he will be out, so I will be watching. Oh, and will I be enjoying? Yes, I will. Right, my lovelies, we have got to the end of another one. Yes, for all of you who have been from the beginning, thank you very, very much for your wonderful companionship. We are going to fold this in half, and then we are going to turn the iron off. Woo! There we go, everybody. The ironing is done for another day. Doesn't that make you feel good? It is 23 minutes past 3, so we will just fill the bag with all the good stuff. I would like to say thank you, my darlings, very much for being here, enjoying and having fun, and take care of yourselves. And I will see you tomorrow with the first day of October and the first day of Halloween. Mwah! Take care and I'll wave bye bye.